Sorry, there's a commercial running right now.
It's not long. That tiny moment of anticipation before the next song.
And I'm going to mute it before we launch here. Okay, guys, I want to give you. We're going to start it off here. I'm going to play some music that was created for our children's book app, The House on Haunted Hollow. I'm going to play that real quick, and after that's done, I'll have it playing in the background. And what you want to... Hold on, sorry, I had to mute that. Anyway, so, yeah, I'm going to do that right now, and then we'll get into the introduction. Hey everyone, I'm Mr. Fox, Mr. Fox Books and Custom Comic Strips. That was the band, the New 11. I have a link down in the description below to their YouTube page. Go check them out. They play some really cool music. If you guys want to book them to do a local show, or maybe maybe you guys have a project coming up and you want the band to play some one-of-a-kind music for you guys, hit them up. You can reach them on the YouTube page. And you could also see some of their work there, so that way you can get an idea of the type of music they play and everything else. So I'm going to try to make sure this is playing in the background here. I don't want it too loud. I can't really tell how loud it is. But we'll turn it down to, say, somewhere right in that range. And I'm going to have it looping in the background for a little bit. Alright, so today we're working on an animation project, and this, what you'll see is just the first part of it. There's numerous scenes. It's going to be fairly lengthy, maybe 15-20 seconds, maybe longer. I haven't quite mapped out the whole time yet. I'm taking a little bit at a time as we go through this. I need to see here. I need to add audio, and I'm not quite sure if I can add audio in this software. The reason why I need audio in here is so that way I can get the timing just right. And I can't. Darn. Okay, so the reason why I want to use this software is it simulates pencil and paper very well. So in my mind, it's hard to distinguish what's digital and what's not with this software. And this is Sketchbook Pro 7, guys and gals. So the animation software I'm actually going to be using to put this together is called Toon Boom Harmony. Same software that Disney used to create Princess and the Frog. And I'm not sure. There's a lot of big studios that use this, that are still doing 2D. A lot of people in the industry is saying 2D's dead, but it's really not. It's thriving. I don't know what the big push on 3D is. 3D's great. I think each has its own place in this world. Anyway, so this is what I've created here in this animation software, and you'll probably hear the audio in this. So the problem I have with this software is I'm not used to it, and sketching in this software just doesn't feel natural. So I don't know, and I don't even know what's going on there. It should be allowing me to. There's drawing, but it's not drawing. It's not allowing me to edit the layer. So anyway, I'm learning this software, guys. I haven't mastered it. I'm nowhere even near close to mastering this software. But I am learning it. That's where I'm at right now, in the learning phase. As you can tell, because I don't know why it won't let me draw. Drawing. No, see, it's not letting me. It's not letting me edit. I'm on the right layer, but it's not letting me edit layers. Drawings. Anyway, so what I was... Oh, I have eraser on, that's why. Man. Alright, so... get this into like the blue range. Let's see, bring this up, that up, somewhere probably right in there. So, any of you that have researched how they animate, how they do animations, are familiar with the blue line, red line, green line, purple line, whatever the color erase pencils that they use, what colors are available. I don't know. I know blue and red is available, and that's what they use. I am not. Let me get this out. I am not a studied animator. Okay, I'm not. What I mean by it, I didn't go to school for 2D. I did attend Full Sail University and got through my first year in the 3D department. So I'm a little bit more knowledgeable on 3D. 2D, I'm teaching myself how to do that as I go. So what you'll see, and a lot of traditional animators will be like, oh my goodness, he's doing it wrong. But with that being said, they were mentored or they went to school for it. I didn't. So I'm teaching myself. And I'm probably teaching myself some bad habits, but I guess what I'm getting at is, as long as the end result is the same, as long as the time taken from start to finish is right around the same time, I don't think it really matters, to be honest with you. Now, with that being said, if you want a job in the animation industry, you're probably going to want to make sure that you follow tried and true methods. One thing that I would recommend, and almost every animator's got this book, it's called The Animation Survival Kit. It's a book that you can get on Amazon. It has a lot of wonderful, wonderful teachings in this book on basic all the way up through some more advanced animation, run cycles, it's just like walk cycles, how animals would move, handling perspective in animation. Let's see what else they got in here. How to start, how to get your timing down. What they call an X sheet. I believe it's called an X sheet. Anyway, yeah, just just everything you'd want to know, basics, all the way up to advanced animation. So definitely check it out. It's called the Animator Survival Kit. I think everybody should have a copy that's getting into animation. And I keep that close by when I'm animating. So anyway, I wanted to use this other software because it simulates pencil and paper very well. The problem I have is audio. I got to get audio in here. I don't know if it'll allow me. Let me do a Google search real quick, guys. When in doubt, always look it up, right? So, let's see. Let me look this up real quick here. Let's see, let's log out of that. Google. So we're going to Google how to import audio into Sketchbook Pro 7, and we're going to put Flipbook at that, because that's what we're working on in Sketchbook Pro 7. Is we created a Flipbook, or what they call their animation. Let's see. Flipbook. let's and you know what? This is probably why you create an X sheet, so that way you know where your keyframes are at. So if I can't import audio, we might have to go through and create an X sheet. And we can do that very easily by just figuring out how long the snoring is. So like as the main character is sucking in air, you know, and blowing out air. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to turn the music down. I'm going to pause it, and I will have it play. I'll play it some more, guys. It's a great piece, and I want the band to get some attention here because they did an amazing job. But right now, what we need to do is we need to work on creating an X sheet. So about 90 frames in is when the main character starts going shh or breathing out, right? So we are at frame 15 to frame 90 is where the snoring part is. Okay, so this isn't too bad. Alright, so there's two ways we could create an X sheet in Toon Boom here. I'm not going to do that. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to I know frame 15 is where it's going to start, right? So what I'm going to want to do is I wish they had a way for me to do like an X sheet here in Sketchbook Pro 7, just like a little window I can. And you know, there's a lot of features to this that I haven't even learned yet, so there could be something like that. All right, you know what? I'm just going to grab a pad of paper real quick. And we'll create an X sheet on a pad of paper. When in doubt, just go this route. Oh, I rhymed. Anyway, so we know that the snoring starts at frame 15 through frames 90. And then let's call this the out breath. So when he's going, you know. Let's test this out and see where that starts. I apologize, guys. I thought it was going to be a lot simpler, or else I would have prepped prior, but that's alright. So I got a long snoring here. Hold on, I gotta turn it up a little bit. I gotta. Okay, so at about frame 134 is when it stops. So 90 to 134 is when the character's breathing out. Let's see. Where's the snore start again? (182). The snoring starts back up at 182 and goes all the way through to 51. And then the out breath goes from (276). You're probably like, how does he know? I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it on your end, but I can hear where it starts on these frames. 354. Alright, 354. Now the snoring is going to start. This is only 520 frames. I know you're probably like, geez, that's a lot of frames. Yes, it is. And I'm gonna be drawing every single one. So, okay, so 369 is when it starts the snore. So, if I were to play this, listen to this, guys. He does a little pig snort kind of thing going on there. Alright, this is going to be a tough one. Okay, so we're at 369.2. $385 for that one. $390. 2. $394. And let's see. $401. 2. $406. And $416. 2. $446. And $464 for the out breath. No, I think that extends a lot longer than what is there, but apparently not. Ooh, dang it. No, alright, let's see. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. I shortened it because it's actually a lot longer than what it needs to be. Alright. Give me 1 second. I gotta take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, guys, I apologize for that. I have had way too much coffee today. All right, so I did cut it short. I cut this scene short because the snoring does go on quite a bit longer. But what we need to do is run this out to 525. Let's make it 524. No, hold on. Let's see, I want it to be an even number. Let's see. Five. 28. All right, so let's see. 528 is where we want to run it out to. And we need to run this all the way out there as well. Okay, so we're at 4. We're at 464 to 525. And that will be it on the main part of the animation. So I'm not going to give a backstory yet. I want you guys to be surprised when you see the final. I may or may not be videoing all of it. I may. So any of you that are watching, get a sneak peek at the on the how I do my animations. But let's see. But we'll see. So there's 3 characters in this animation. There's the male character and his wife, and there's a spider. And all 3 will be animated. The wife, not so much, just eye movements, opening and closing of her eyelids. So very simple. The male character, or the husband character, obviously he's the one snoring, and the spider is is coming down from up above. And so now that we've got the snoring down, I need to go back out to the I need to go back out to the end here. We're at 528. So what we need to do is I need to go back into Sketchbook Pro here and extend out the end to 528. So that way the timing is dead on. Now we're at 528. So if you scroll all the way out, there we go. We're right where we need to be at. So knowing now writing all the frames down, I know where it's going to start and stop. So at 90 is when he starts doing the out breath, and that's the peak of the snore. So I know from 15 to 90 I got to get the snoring in there. So what we'll do right now is we'll do one character at a time, and that way what will end up happening is I'll turn these layers off, and all we'll see when I go to export it or save it and import it in the other software, all you'll see is the character. But I need these backgrounds and the foreground props in there, so that way I can get scale right and everything else. It's to do drawings properly, you should have your scenes laid out. You should not be just guessing where your character's laying at. Never do that. Well, I mean, you could, but you're not. It's not going to be a quality piece. So definitely plan everything out. So we know from 15 to 90, the character is starting to snore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 15, and Let's see. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna mark it with an. I'm gonna say snore start, and then I'm gonna go to 90, and I am going to say snore stop. And 91 will be where it is. We'll call this the out breath. Well, no, actually, we'll just say breathing out. I have it written down as out breath. You can name it whatever you want to name it when it comes to your personal animation stuff. So let's see. Breathing out. Start. And that will run from 90 to 134. So then we'll go. I have 90, but we're going to go right to 91 to 134. Okay. Breathing out. Stop. All right. So. Frames 1 to 15, there's nothing there. There's no audio there, right? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to simulate the character snoring. Or, not snoring, sorry, breathing. And I can't add another layer. That's not good. I wish I could. They only allow so many layers in the flipbook. I don't know if it's just because of the software, what it can handle, what it can't handle. I'm not sure. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. Alright, so we got the wife character, and we're going to sketch out where she's at. And we'll use a different color. Maybe green. So that way we can get placement in here. And so I'm going to start sketching out where she's laying at. And you're only going to see part of her body, because the way that the perspective is, you're a little bit lower than the bed, so part of it's getting cut off. But let's see. She's got one leg bent forward, and the foot's kind of out. Did that move? Oh, no. Okay. So we got... It's kind of... Well, let's see. I think that's a little too big. So one awesome thing about Sketchbook Pro is we just go in, select it, scale it real quick. Something about that size, because it's going to be hard to see my character in the background. If we go too much bigger... Alright, and I'm going to turn that layer off temporarily, because I think what I'm going to have, she's laying on her side, and part of the pillow is wrapped around her head because she's just absolutely tired of hearing her husband snoring all night long. And maybe she's going to have her arm resting here, and maybe she's got, let's see, one arm and elbow here, and something like that. I know it's hard to see, guys. Trust me. You're like, it's a bunch of squiggly lines. What's going on? I know what's going on. I could see what I'm doing here. This is very rough, very quick animation. Positioning, rough. Alright, so I wish I could do more layers. I need more layers. Shoot. Okay. Alright, well. Darn it. We are going to... We're just going to delete what's on this layer for right now, since I'm stuck with only 3 layers. There we go. And we'll move this one. Sketchbook, what are you doing to me, you guys? Let's copy and paste. This is foreground. Paste. Copy. Paste. There we go. Let's get it lined up close as we can. Doesn't have to be perfect. Let's see. Go back to this. Delete that one. And alright, we're off and running. Okay, so we're not worried about the wife character yet. I just got her there for placement. So now it's time to get the guy character, and so we're going to kind of draw inside this other character here just a little bit to get placement. Let's see. Now, I may not have her arm up here because, as you can see, it blocks, but so maybe her arm is resting a lot lower. I know that would probably be the best position for her arm, way up there, but let's just say for the animation purposes, let's just say the arm is a little bit lower that way. You're not going to see most of it anyway because it's going to be under. She's going to be under a blanket, and so is the husband character. But it's just there to get placement, guys. Okay, so mid-level here. So about right there's a pillow. You're not really going to see the pillow. You just get the pillow and the character's head right there. Nah, it's gonna be squashed down a little bit. Yeah, something like that, I think, because okay, there's the torso. You're not going to see the neck or the bottom of the pillow just because of the way it is, so we're not too worried about that. We're not going to be too worried about the rest of this because most of it's going to be behind the other character. So, but maybe his feet are right here. And you're probably like, wow, he's a lot shorter than her. No, well, no, because perspective is going like this, guys. So as we get closer to that horizon line, things start getting smaller. So he's going to appear that he's shorter, but the way he's laying in the bed. And what we could do is just make it a little bit bigger too. Let's see. So let's say that's the waist. Let's see. And let's take this tool, cut, drag out of the way for right now, and let's do maybe kind of like the hip region. So we got waist, arch of the back, buttocks. Alright, and then obviously arms, but we're not worried about the arms. Let's see. You're not going to see them, so that's why we're not worried about them. Grab the rest of that and move it into place. And, we can Scale accordingly a little bit here and there. One thing I just noticed is I probably should have done the end of the bed right here. Put the bedpost in. But it's too late. We're just going to have to make do with what we got. Alright. So, give me 1 second, guys. I got a phone call. I got to mute this. I'll be right back with you. Okie dokie. Sorry about that, guys. Had to talk to the wife. And now we are back. Got a new coffee mug. It's a Fox. For Mr. Fox. Guys, is there something wrong with the stream? It said, I think on my end it looks like it froze. Is it still running? Hopefully it is. Okay, so. Alright, so this is where we're at. Now that we've got placement for the wife character, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit print screen, and I am going to open up Photoshop real quick and save it, so that way I've got a reference, because what's going to happen is I'm going to delete her so that way I can do a detailed new. Okay. Yeah. And we'll do a file, save as. We'll call this reference. I'm sure I spelled it wrong, but that's alright. Alright. Now that we got that saved, I can go back in here. Now, all we're worried about, at least on this one, is just the husband character. So, what we need to do is we need to take the foreground layer and we're going to select everything in green there, delete it, because I need the foreground layer to work on the detailed animation of the main character, of the husband character. If anybody from Sketchbook or Autodesk, especially the guys and gals that work on Sketchbook Pro, if you guys end up watching this at some point or catch it, is there a way we can add more layers here? I wish I could just, under the regular drawing part, I can, go in here and add more layers. I don't know how to add more layers. And I would love to be able to do that so I don't have to worry about going through all these hoops. Anyway, so back to just something to think about, guys. Alright, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to go ahead and start detailing this sketch. That ear we're not going to see, but you never know, so I'm going to add the detail anyway. Let's get the male character's nose. And if you guys haven't figured it out yet, yes, the male character, the husband character is me. And the wife character is my wife. Because every fall, I don't know about you guys, but I do not like spiders at all. And every fall, I have one crawl on me while I'm watching Netflix in the bed. And I do not like spiders. Not one single bit. So when the spider is crawling on me, you want to talk about freaking out. I jump up. My wife is like half asleep. She jumps out of bed thinking somebody broke into the house because I'm yelling, and it's just some dinky little spider that's crawling on my arm or something like that. So this is kind of where this all started. And the title to these animations is the title. We have the title, and I don't know if I want to give it away just yet or keep that a surprise. I'm going to think about that. Anyway, so I created a comic strip idea, and so any of you that have been on my friends list on Facebook, and last year, I had created a comic strip, and it kind of had some of what's going on in here in it. And so a really good friend of mine, Dayton Young, the writer of our children's books, was in town, and he had suggested that I turn this into an animated series and put it up on our YouTube and Twitch channel. So that's what I'm doing. I thought it was a great idea. He really enjoyed the comic strip, or at least the what I had written down. He enjoyed it quite a bit. So he's like, you know what? You should turn this into an animation. And so I am. This is what I'm doing. This is my. It's not just because of that. I needed something to practice my animation work anyway. So this is what I'm working on right now. All right, let's bring the chest down a little bit flatter because maybe he's at the end of an exhale, and then we'll start the inhale before he starts snoring, because we'll have him exhale before the actual snoring starts. And I'm just creating folds, blanket folds here. Let's see. There we go. There we go. And we'll just run out that to the end there. Alright. I think I got it. I think I'm right. I'm right where I'm at. Where I want to be at. Alright. So that's the start. Let's clean this up a little bit. This is the refined part, so it needs to be fairly cleaned up. I'm going to use the blue, what you see in the blue, to do all the quick rough or the quick animation. And then I'm going to do all the detail final animation in red. Because what's going to end up happening is when I bring this animation into the animation software, then it's going to be just ink and color. And if I know where the lines are going, if I know where the color's going, it makes it that much quicker. Especially when I have to animate. Well, there's 520 frames in this first scene, and there is a total of, I believe, 7 scenes. So, and I'm guessing each one's going to be right around 520 frames, which, let's see, you break that down. We're running 24 frames a second, 528. That's, I believe, 22 seconds. Yeah, 22 seconds times 7, the 7 scenes. That's 154 seconds. Divide that, about 2 minutes. So this may be like a 3-minute to 5-minute short. And that's a lot of frames I'm going to have to animate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I'll show you what I mean by cheat. It's not a bad, like, cheating. I don't consider it cheating, but it's going to allow me to work more efficiently. There's only certain things on this character that's going to be animating, and that is really just his mouth, his chest, and that's it, right? The wife is just going to be the eyes, maybe her torso region breathing, okay, and then the spider coming down from the ceiling. Those are the only things that are going to be animated. So in the animation software in Toon Boom here, there's a way to, I don't want to say cheat, but there's a way to speed up the animation process without having to draw every single frame. And that's what makes this software so powerful and so great, and you guys will see it here. So let's go ahead. This is going to be a long series, guys, so bear with me. I know you're probably like, man, just get on with it. I want to see the end. Well, I wish I could show you the end, but I can't. Alright, so let's do a keyframe at either 7 or 8. So this is at the peak. This is where he's breathing in at the peak, and then he needs to breathe out probably maybe 4 frames, and then he starts the snoring part here. So maybe from 8 to 15 he's breathed out through his nose, right? Maybe he's just starting to snore right there. So let's say 7. So at 7, we are going to have him breathing in. Pretty cool. I got the onion skin on. They call that onion skin or light box. And you see previous layers there. Alrighty. Let's go to the blue layer. Remember, we want to keep things rough. Alright, so really on the blue layer, all I want to animate, since I said everything else stays the same except for his torso and his mouth, right? So right now, the only thing that's changing in this on 7 is the blanket. So we're just going to rough in the blanket, and we are going to do the peak. So this is at the very top of the breath he's inhaling. So we're going to have it all the way up that high. I got to fix the blanket right there. Shoot. Because that's waist, hips. There we go. And he looks peaceful. He's sleeping good. Anyway, yeah, being a dork. Alright, so we'll go in here and add the keyframe detail parts. Okay. Now, see, you can see where I started, right? I want to kind of bring some of those folds and wrinkles into the movement of the blanket. And the rest of this needs to pretty much stay the same, because there's going to be no movement. If he's deep asleep, we're really not going to be a whole lot of movement. Unless the character's having a bad dream, then you'll probably want the character fiddling around a little bit or whatever. But okay, so we've got that. We'll go ahead and add in the detail work on the face here. Okay. Man, he's having a good dream. That's a big grin he's got on his face there, isn't it? Alright, so get the nose in there. Yeah, I got a little bit of a beak, guys. I got a big nose. I know that. So to make your animations look fluid and really good detail, you want to make sure that whatever part of your animations that's not moving, you want to make sure that it matches almost dead on. Now when it's playing full time, you're not going to be able to tell too much if you're off by a little bit, but if you're off by a lot, man, you can see it on the playback. And I will show you guys once we get a little bit farther along in the animation here. If I play it right now, you're not gonna see anything. So, and I'm get the pillow in here. This only part of this pillow is being seen, so we don't have to worry about too much detail. But I do want to try to stay as close to it as I possibly can, because of the fact that you really don't know until you get in and start adding the pieces together what's going to be seen and what's not. And if you plan to where, well, this is what I think is going to be seen, instead of doing a little bit of an overlap, then you'll find that you have to go back in and reanimate certain areas, and that is not fun. So it's best to just kind of make sure you rough it all out, make sure you're getting as much of the animation in as possible, and that way, if something were to come down the road when you're adding in your different elements into your animation, you won't have to spend all the extra hours fixing it. Okay, so we've got the inhale, and what I'm doing here is what they call scrubbing the scene. So from there to there, that's a good inhale. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in between, let's see how many frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, can we, if we do this, why am I not, oh, I gotta turn it on. Okay, so, oh man, hold on, I got a call coming in. Had to mute that real quick. Did any of I don't. It's gonna play a commercial. Maybe not. I gotta work on my router and stuff. I've got some really nasty internet problems I gotta work out. All right, so the trick to animation is the more in betweens you have, the smoother and slower the motion, slower the movement. or more fluid movement. And the more space you put in between each frame, the quicker it moves. So if you want the pencil, say part of your animation is you got the pencil and it's moving from here to here, and if you do that in 3 frames, it's going to go like that real quick. Now if you put a keyframe here and a keyframe here and fill in those in-betweens, it's going to move a lot slower. Okay? So, with that being said, what I think I'm going to do here is we'll fill in these in-betweens with as many frames as we can, and then as he's exhaling, maybe we'll make that quicker, and you'll see what I mean once we get into this. Let's see. Alright, so let's do... And my computer is, you're probably wondering, why is this computer running slow? It's running slow because the video card is what's the broadcasting software runs through, and it's trying to render out what I'm drawing. So I think I need to buy a more improved video card. While the one I got in there is not a slouch, it's trying to run 3 monitors plus broadcast plus do all the rendering of what I'm drawing. So what I may have to do is, I'm broadcasting, so what I may have to do is close down the feed here so that way I'm not bogging down my bandwidth, which is what seems to be happening here. Alright, that should speed it up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. So one thing you want to keep an eye on now in the animation software, what I noticed, let me show you guys something. One thing you got to be careful about is when you're animating, you got to be careful about keeping everything to scale. So if you watch, my character's head starts morphing a little bit and changes scale and size a little bit. So you got to be a little careful when you're animating on that. You want to make sure that the parts that aren't supposed to move stay still. And while you would be like, well, your head might move a little bit while you're snoring, I agree, it might go back. Your head might go back as you're inhaling. It does change size and shape. It just doesn't look right. You want... I'm not a... Like I said, I am not a... I am not professionally trained in animation, so I can't give you the exact reason why you want to do things a certain way. All I know is that it is tried and true for what? Let's see. Some of the first animations were out in the early 1900s, and I don't mean what some of the studios back then. I'm not going to name any names because of copyright stuff. I don't know if I'm allowed to. You guys know who I'm talking about. There's two. Heck, I'll just say it. So Disney and Universal were two companies that were in the animation industry back in the 20s. But before that, animation's been around long before that. And just do a little research on the history of animation, you'll see. But anyway, yeah. So tried and true. It just looks better. It looks more believable. Let's just put it that way. So if I keep the head the same on every frame, and the only thing that's moving is the mouth and the character's chest, then it's gonna look good. Trust me, you'll see. All right, so that frame's done. On to the next frame. You're probably thinking, man, this is gonna take forever. It is. I ain't gonna lie. It's not an easy thing to learn or do. Takes a lot of patience to do what you're seeing here. So okay. I shouldn't worry about this too much, but I just want to make sure it looks good when I'm doing the rough. And you probably hear my dog barking. That means my wife's home. Don't mind the barking. Or the kid running around the living room. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that on the microphone, but sometimes it's pretty loud. So, funny story, my oldest son, said he wanted to draw, and apparently he got a pad of paper out and some markers, and I had gone upstairs to use the bathroom, and I walked up, and he was hiding something, and I thought he initially might have peed his pants, because, you know, he's 4.5, so accidents kind of happen, although he is pretty well potty trained right at this point. But so I thought he peed his pants, and what he was hiding was the fact that he had taken the markers and had made a huge mess all over his hands. He was drawing on his hands. It was so funny. So in the palm of his hand he drew a face. He had drawn 2 eyes and a mouth and scribbled with a black marker other things. But I had asked him, I said, who is that? And he said, that's me. He's drawing himself on his hand. 1 second. Be right back, guys. Gino, you be good. I don't want to hear you whining. No walking around. You're sharp. Hold the pencil. Hold it down. Understand? Did you show Molly what you did in your hand? Awesome. Okay. Oh, I didn't mute it? Huh. Didn't mute it this whole time. Alright, anyway. Sorry about that. My son wanted me to sharpen a pencil for him so he could draw, and I get up there and he decided he didn't want to draw, so. Probably not going to see the bottom of that, but like I said, always make sure you're getting everything done here. Need to close that out, and I shouldn't have done that because I need to. I'm sure if some of you have typed in the chat, need to, what, profile maybe? No, yeah, we'll go to profile. I'll keep the profile open. If I do the channel, it's going to play the video, and the problem with it playing the video is that it slows down my computer. So we'll go back to profile, go back to chat, so that way I can at least see if you guys have any questions or anything like that. Okay, where am I at? Finishing up frame 3. That's where I'm at. Now we're on to frame 4. Oh, sorry. Man, my computer is running really slow. And it's kind of, it's not a slouch of a computer by any means, which kind of irritates me because it should not be bogging down the way it is. And I don't know. I think it's the video card. I need to step up to like a $300 video card as opposed to a $150 video card. And I'm hoping that's all that is, but guess we'll see. Part of it has to do with the fact that my internet connection is not very good right now. Got some router issues. Something's not set up right. And I know that's really hurting the way my computer's performing because it's trying to broadcast. And if it's broadcasting on a really crappy connection, it's going to slow things down as well. A lot of bad things. So hopefully we can get them fixed at some point. You know, I forgot to when I did an intro, I forgot to tell you guys. Some of you guys had been watching for a while, and then all of a sudden they disappeared. I disappeared, not on purpose. What ended up happening was these past 6 months have been extremely busy for us, and I have to, from time to time, stop what I'm doing here because while a lot of you guys enjoy seeing the art and everything else, as you can see, some of what I do, the performance on my computer starts to lag a little bit and it slows me down. And when I need to work, I need to work. I can't have interruptions. I can't have things slow me down. So what ended up happening was we were working on finishing up the app for our children's book, which is live, by the way. There's a link in the description below. And I had to take the time to do that, plus all the other client work that we had in. So that's where we've been at for the past 6 months. A good problem to have. We were busy the past 6 months. We still are busy, but we've slowed down enough to where I can get back to doing these broadcasts on a more daily, regular basis. Like tomorrow, I'll be working on this animation. Plus, you guys may get a sneak peek at our Christmas children's book. I'll be starting to work on that. Now that the Halloween book is done and has been out, it's time to start working on that. It's actually been out a year. We actually printed the book last year, and this year we created an Android app. iOS is not available yet. The plan is to have an iOS app ready hopefully soon, but if not, unfortunately it'll be next year. It'll be next October, or maybe it might be sooner than that. just depends on when we get time to get in there and start doing the conversion coding. Because right now it's coded for Android. So, and not only that, I believe from what I understand that the iOS developer side of things, it's a 3-week review process. So that's part of the reason why we didn't have the iOS done, because of that. We were kind of flying by the seat of our pants on that project. Dayton, our writer, he would prefer that we not do that. He worked for EA Games out in California. I can't say where he works now because of non-compete stuff, just some of the stuff that the company lawyers have told him. They said that he can work on this kind of stuff, but he can't advertise where he works at. He can't read the books live. There's a lot of things he can't do while he's working there, and at some point they have said to him that he's going to have to make a choice between working on these books and working there. So it's yeah, anyway, so he wants to see us do some really high-end apps where we are competing with a lot of the bigger corporations, and I don't blame him. At some point he's got to make a decision on whether he continues working there or moves over to working on the children's books and the apps full time. So for him, it's kind of I don't want to say it's a scary thought, but it's definitely there. That thought is there, that he's going to have to decide at some point. And you guys know where I'm at. You guys know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, hey, I would love for him to work on the children's books full time. So that's the goal, guys. That's where we're trying to get at. Is we're creating more of a salary-based pay, and I've got 2 freelance artists now that work for us. I'd love to hire another 5 at least here in the next 5 to 10 years. And we'd love to have a studio where people could walk in, kind of see what we do, stuff like that. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the plan, and that's the small goal. That's not the big goal. I'm not going to get into that today. But that's kind of where we're at. All right, we're finishing up the animation here. And as soon as I get done outlining this, what I'm going to do is scrub the scene so that way you guys can see what we've done so far. I could speed up just a little bit, but I want to make sure that a lot of this is dead on, because when I go to transfer this over into the animation software, I do not want to create more of a headache and more work. So if I do more work now in this early sketch phase, it's really a lot less work in the long run. So okay. Whoa. Gotta be careful. This is what I mean by not being able to broadcast and do this at the same time. My computer's taken a huge hit on performance, and I know it's the video card, but I just don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna have to spend the money. I'm not looking forward to that. Okay. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna play the music from the local band, the New 11. I'll try to keep it as low as I can to where it's not blowing anybody's speakers or making anybody not want to watch. But I think I'm done talking for right now. I want to focus on this animation, and that way I can at least get this done. Hopefully by the end of the night. It may not happen. It may. We'll see. But in order for me to make sure that it is done, I need to stop talking and focus. So I am going to go ahead and play the music, give you guys something to listen to. This was created for our children's book app. You guys gonna... Hey, sorry, man. Totally did not see your messages there. Yeah, Chewy, I've got... The 980 is what I was looking at because I've got 4 monitors, so I need to run 4 monitors. And I do have a separate rig that's actually a halfway decent rig, and I guess I could set that one up. I don't know how. Let's see, I gotta figure out how. As long as the microphone runs into that, I would have to figure out how to do the screen capture. Not so much worried about, well, I'm going to have to figure out how to do the screen capture and the webcams on either, I don't know, maybe put my Cintiq on and the webcams on the other machine. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I got to look it up. Oh, a capture card? Okay. AverMedia. I'll look that up, man. AverMedia. Copy and paste that. Take a look at this. AverMedia. Ah, that. Yeah. I've seen this before. So how does this thing work? Do I go right into this box with the webcam and the Cintiq, or well, let me just click on here and see what kind of inputs. Live Gamer Portable. I want something that's there's an internal capture card. It wouldn't be too bad. Here it is. Okay, so we got let's see, we have HDMI in and HDMI out. So what I would do is I would run my Cintiq into that. And does it have USB in? No, it doesn't have USB in. So maybe what I should do is maybe an internal card. I'll have to look into this more. Right, okay. I see what you're saying. So the Cintiq actually has HDMI, so what I could do is run into that through HDMI, so it's doing a screen capture on the other box, but also run the webcams. Okay, I think I got it. You know what I need to do? I need to set up a moderator too, so that way, and be and have the TeamSpeak server up. And that way, if somebody types a question, I'm not missing it. I tend to miss people's questions because I'm so focused on what I'm doing here. I don't even look up. Okay, we are done with all the in-betweens. Let's zoom out. Oh man, my computer, this drives me nuts, man. It's taking a hit. Taking a huge hit. That's good, man. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, yeah. There you go. That looks good. Okay, so you guys notice that there is a little bit of a change in the head and the pillow. That won't be there when we go into do the final stuff in the animation software. What I'm more focused on is the chest area where he's inhaling. And it looks good. Oh, excuse me. Alright. So from 7 to 15... So 7 to 14, he's going to exhale. And let's see. Yeah, that's a good speed. Yeah, that's a good speed on inhaling. We'll probably want the same for an exhale. At least up till he starts snoring, and then when he's snoring and he exhales at the end of the snore, I think it's going to be a quicker exhale on that. No, this is actually for... this animation is... I had created a comic strip a couple years ago, and I never followed through with... I think I did like 3 4-panel comics, put them up on my Facebook page, but I never finished, never continued. And the writer of our children's books, he had read all 37 of the 4-panel comic strips, and he was just laughing. He was enjoying it, and he suggested that I turn them into animated shorts. And so that's what I'm doing. The Christmas book, I'll probably be broadcasting that tomorrow. Tonight I'm going to focus on the animation work. So I'll do a little bit of animation work tomorrow. Probably from 3 to 6. And then from 6 o'clock on, I got to work on the Christmas book. And I got to figure out how to speed this daggone machine up too. I think, let me do this. I think this is probably killing some of my video cards. So let's close this down for now. And see if that helps speed it up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, so like at the beginning of the year, the first of the year, we're planning on offering animation services for custom comic strips and Mr. Fox books. So this is my way of practicing. I've got the other freelance artists working on, their own animations as well, and I'm mentoring them a little bit here and there on what to look for. While I'm not trained in 2D, animation is animation, so it's all about timing and stuff like that. So if I can mentor them to see the timing and see how the timing is done right. Then it's just really overall gonna help their animation. So that's what we're focusing on with them anyway. And shutting that piece of software did not help any. Dang it, man. Alright, we only need the back 2. zoom in here. Yeah, the drawing tablet. No, it's not a standalone. I do have one from Wacom that is tablet and computer all in one. But no, this is a monitor peripheral. And I believe it has like HDMI and let's see, how am I running this one? Am I running this one through HDMI? No, I can run it. No, I don't know. I have to look. I know it's DVI, and I don't know if it's got HDMI, so I'll have to look into that. But I know they make an adapter from DVI to HDMI, so I'll have to look into that because I really need to figure out how to speed up this machine. And I know for a fact it's got to be my video card that's taking a hit. It's the only thing I can think of, because every once in a while when it starts to bog down like that, I can hear the fans kick on, and I know they're awfully quiet, so I know they're not like CPU fans. So it's got to be a video card fan. But the other side of it is what I'm doing is graphics intensive anyway, so probably eats up all the RAM that's available. I should have, you know what? I didn't think about it, but it's a 2 GB card, so I should have put a 4 GB card in there. What I should have done was just save the money and gone with a 980, and I probably wouldn't have this problem, and that's probably what I'll end up having to do. Just in general, anyway. But your suggestion, having an external capture setup is probably going to be that much more better option as well too. So I might just do both. That way I'm eliminating any and all stress on the computer. Okay, so let's see. I'm not going to animate the rest of the head and pillow because in this part it's, well, no, I'm going to have to because when it starts snoring, dang it. I was going to try to save myself some time, but if I cut corners now, it's going to make it that much more complicated for me to have to deal with. So... this is part of animation. This is part of having the patience, needing to have a lot of patience when it comes to animation. I was trying to cut a corner and then I realized that it would just cause way more work in the long run. I was being impatient. So the title of this animation, I'm not going to give it away. There's supposed to be 31 total animations. And for how long this one's taking, I don't know if we're going to get to 31. I would love to do one a month, but I don't think it's going to be practical. Maybe one every 2 months, because I have a feeling this is going to be about 2 weeks worth of work. And I really don't have 2 weeks a month to devote to this, but if I split it up over 2 months, it should be alright. Yeah, actually, before I took a 6-month break from Twitch and doing the YouTube stuff and everything like that when we got really busy. I was taking it extremely serious, and we have a schedule on times, and we've had quite a few people watching throughout when I was broadcasting. So I would love to be able to do this every day and just have it running in the background. But the reason why I don't when I get really busy is because it slows down my computer, and then therefore slows down my work process. So that's one of the big reasons why I didn't do it for 6 months, because there was so much stuff we had going on. We had 3 to 4 other client work. We had our own app we were getting out, and just managing all that, plus managing the freelance artists and everything else. It's just been crazy. So, but yeah, it's always been a plan, because what we're creating, people want to see. There's not enough people doing it. There are some people on Twitch that are doing this, but there's not a lot of people doing it. And I think that people watching this are really going to enjoy it, seeing how everything works, all the back end stuff. So I don't know. I would enjoy it, but some people may think it's boring, and rightfully so. It probably is pretty boring, but let's see. Alright, so what we need to do is, I don't know if you noticed, but we need to take frame 2 and duplicate it. So one way to duplicate it is you just hit duplicate keyframe. It puts it there. We'll drag it all the way out to 14. The reason why we do that is because I need to be able to see where I'm starting and where I'm stopping in the breathe cycle here. So let me slide all these over back into the original place. Let me scrub the scene to make sure everything's good. Yep, everything's still good. So now I have my stopping point here at 14 when he's exhaling. And I think, let me, we want a quicker exhale, because I think 15 is where it starts. Let me, this is why I shouldn't have closed that animation software down. Yeah, that's what I normally do, is have the music playing, and I'll probably turn some music on in the background. We had a local band play or create a piece for our children's book app, and I just been having it loop in the background. But that's what I was doing in the past, just playing music in the background. That's what I'd love to do, but like I said, I gotta go through all this stuff and figure out how to make it more efficient. I just haven't had time. This is when you need your own personal IT or computer guy and say, hey, come over and help me out real quick. And unfortunately, Chappie's in another state, so I'm sure he would love to come over from time to time, but that's quite a drive from Missouri. Alright, so we are at 15's where it starts, so okay, so yeah, we're good. It doesn't have to be a quick exhale. It'll be alright. Okay, let's go to 9 is, where it's 9. 9's empty. Yes, 9 is empty. Okay, so now we've got the final there, and now we're working our way back down to the exhale. Oops. So, Chappie, I asked Chappie if he would be willing to put the Minecraft server back up. There's a couple of people that I know that want to play. They were playing on a different Minecraft server, and it's here recently been switched over to a Space Engineer server, so they don't have a place to play Minecraft, and they were asking if we would be willing to put it back up. So, a couple great guys, maybe more than just a couple, and they'll be joining us. So, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna back up the server that we have now, and then start from scratch on the new Feed the Beast Infinite, I think. Yeah, I think we're going to do Infinite. That seems to be the general consensus on what the other guys want to play on as far as server goes. So, yeah, I haven't had time to monitor them, but one of the guys that wants to join us, he's been testing them out, and he says it's just a huge improvement over Monster. So I'm kind of excited to start over. I know we I know we spent so much time. Well, you spent so much time. I did do a nice entrance though, but I know you spent so much time creating that awesome industrial complex, and maybe we recreate it somehow. Except this time around, I'll be playing a lot more often. Yeah, I know, man. There's like so many PS4 games and so many PC games that have come out as of late, and it's like it's hard to be a gamer nowadays because there's just too many great games to choose from. Part of me kind of wishes like that it's still like the mid to early 90s and the games aren't coming out as quick. I know that it's kind of a crappy thing to say, but at least back then I had time to go through games and really play them and enjoy them before I moved on to the next one. There's just so many great games to play. My backlog is huge. Yeah. All you gotta do, we'll get with Chappie and have him back it up, and then get you a copy of the backup file, so that way you can go in and record it before it goes down. Maybe what I'll do is have Chappie, before we replace it, have him pull up the old one first, give you a week to go in and record the server, and then after you're done recording, we'll put up the new server. Yeah, Metal Gear. I've never been much of a Metal Gear fan. Mad Max looked, like you said, mad. I mean, like it looks cool, but I've been big on the Batman series, so that the new Batman that came out looks really good. The one game that Chappie and I are definitely looking at playing, whether it be on PC or PS4, I think we're going to play on the PS4 because we both have a PS4, but No Man's Sky is really... Oh yeah, Fallout 4, oh my gosh. Yeah, but No Man's Sky, as soon as that comes out, I know like Chappie and I have been talking about that religiously. So, I don't know. I'm probably going to get it on both PC and PS4, but he's probably only going to get it on the PS4, and that might be a maybe because he's more worried about meeting up with us, whereas I'm kind of like I don't mind being alone in the universe and trying to find you guys at some point. I would prefer to just meet up with you guys right off the bat, but yeah, I mean, it's going to seem empty, but like it's more. I don't know. Like it's based off the classic sci-fi novels where they were more explorers, and it was more revolved around exploration and discovering new things and everything else. And I think you have to have that kind of mindset going into that game. But you know, the cool part is, and this is I saw my buddy that used to work for EA, and I can't say where he works at now, but he doesn't think that game is actually going to be able to pull off what they're saying they're going to pull off, just because he's like, I worked at EA, I know what the game industry can and can't do. Which me and him kind of went back and forth, and I'm like, well, that's coming from the EA standpoint of, we don't know how to do something like that. This is what we're limited to, you know. I'm on the thought of, they're a small game company. They can take the risk. They can make a game like that, no problem. Like the way he's describing it to me. So like to me and Chappie, when we read how they've created that game, it makes complete sense, and it can happen. Like and coming from Chappie, who writes software, he's like, oh yeah, that's totally possible. He's like, I am a little worried that they pulled off what they said they pulled off. But he's like, it's definitely doable in software. So I don't want to say that they haven't done it. And on the flip side is, I don't want to get too excited and say, oh my gosh, they've done it, and then find out that they haven't. I don't want to get my hopes up. So, but I went on a tangent there and I forgot what I was saying. So. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that they don't know how these guys pulled this off. A lot of people are like, I don't know if I'm going to enjoy the game. And you know what? There's going to be a lot of people that give it a bad rap and give it bad reviews and just don't enjoy it because they don't have that explorer mentality going into the game. You know, I'm going to go into the game with the explorer mentality that I'm out to discover a whole new universe, and I get to name new creatures and experience new things. It's like Minecraft on crack, right? I mean, it's like, I don't know. I don't even know if there's going to be any building in it, but I mean, just everything is possible. I just hope that at some point that they they allow you to start in with your friends at the beginning or something, because you know, if there's, you know, I know they had said something in one of the interviews that they know it's going to be a concern, and they are working on coming up with a solution and whatnot. But I just hope, like right off the bat, that they allow that, because there is going to be thousands of people that are going to be complaining that they can't play with their friends. But on the flip side is, and that was Chappie's big concern as well, he's like, I don't know if I want to buy it because I don't have the patience to try to find you guys. And I don't know. I kind of agree with him, but I kind of don't, because I think the fun part will be finding you guys. Like, but get on TeamSpeak and say, okay, what system are you in? And if there's like any kind of map system, I think there is. I think they said if you discover a solar system and you name it and you upload it to their servers, that it will be like on a map, so people will be able to see it, right? So if you guys name it, then I'd be able to look on my map and see where you guys are at, and then try to upgrade my ship to get over to you. I know you'll be moving on, but I know you'll be going towards the core, right? So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The one cool thing, though, that I really think that No Man's Sky, if they are true to their word and they say what they say that they're doing and they're creating and bringing into the game industry, I think it's going to change the way games are made, these open world games are made from here on out. I honestly believe that. Like, Minecraft has changed so many outlooks on so many different games and everything else, and a lot of people cringe when you say, oh, that's kind of like Minecraft. And in all reality, they should take it as a compliment, because Minecraft is one of the most successful games out there, and will be for years to come. And you know, it's already changed the game industry. And if No Man's Sky can produce what they say what they're producing, oh my God, I can only imagine what kind of games are going to come out after No Man's Sky. So many great games, and so many franchises that would benefit from that kind of coding, that kind of have an open world, but it's kind of not as open as No Man's Sky. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Yeah. I am going to finish up this frame here, and then my wife has told me it's time to eat, so I'm going to go up and eat real quick. I'll have some music playing, so that way it's not too boring. But you know, if you hop off, it's cool. I'll be on most of the night, so definitely hit me up later if you're still up. And if not, I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow or whenever. Oop. Alrighty. Yeah, that's good breathing. I'm coming. Alright guys, I'm going to turn on some music, and I will be right back. I'm going to eat some dinner here, so let me mute the mic and turn on some music. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to get dinner. What you've been hearing is music by the band The New 11. The title of the song is Pumpkin vs. Squash Man, is what they titled it. They did a great piece there for our children's book app. And the app is live. If you follow the links below, there's a link to our app on the Google Play Store. And you can pick up a copy there. It's family friendly. I don't even know. It's a great app. Thoroughly enjoy it. Alright. Back to animation. And we are barely scratching the surface. I am only going to be on for a little bit longer, guys. I didn't get very much good sleep last night, so I'm kind of feeling a little drained, a little tired, especially after the long week last week of taking care of my sick wife and my 2 sick little boys. So I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer, and then we'll pick it back up tomorrow. Alright, let's see. We need to... not much left as far as room for movement there. So what I'm going to do is leave these 2 frames blank. Yeah. We'll leave those frames blank. Well, maybe we will do... Let's do this one real quick. Just to even it out. Get it closer to the final. Alrighty. So, some of you heard earlier me say that we are going to offer animation services for custom comic strips and Mr. Fox books for clients beginning of this year. And as far as the plan goes, we are still on schedule for that. Pricing wise, we haven't come up with pricing yet, but to be honest with you, it's not gonna be as cheap as you might think. We're still working out the kinks. We might do what's called cutout animation instead of frame by frame, or do a mixture of both. The big difference between cutout animation and frame by frame, obviously frame by frame is what it is. It's you hand draw each frame and you do frame by frame. Cutout's a little bit different. Cutout is kind of like if you take a character and draw a character on a piece of paper and you cut out its hands at the wrists. You cut out every part of their body at any joint that moves, right? And you create what's called a library in the animation software. And in that library, you would have like open hands, closed hands, pointing hands, you know, all kinds of different gestures and stuff like that. And then you just grab from that library, and it makes it really quick. The only problem with cutout animation is that if it's not done right, it looks, I want to say it looks a little too flat or a little too unbelievable. I don't even know how to put my finger on it, or even to be able to describe it the best way. But it just doesn't look as good as frame by frame. The flip side is that it's quick, and you will see a lot of the 2D animation that is used for commercials nowadays. A lot of it is cut out and frame by frame. It's a mix of both. And I think, I could be wrong, but maybe even, I know there's a lot of animation, like 2D animated kids shows that are cut out, and there's some that are a mix of both, and then there's some that are frame by frame. But I guess it just depends on how quick you want to move, what your time frame is, what your budget is, stuff like that. So as far as price goes, if we do like cutout, if we do like a cutout or a combination of cutout and frame by frame, it's going to be a lot cheaper. If we have to do frame by frame, which is what you're seeing here, then I think we're going to be right in the 150 to 250 per 10 seconds range. And a lot of you are probably like, geez, 10 seconds is going to cost me $150 to $250. Yeah, well, if you're watching and you watch throughout this week as I'm working on this, you'll see why we have to charge that. In 10 seconds of animation, there's 24 frames a second. That's 240 frames that we have to illustrate and put into motion. And that's a lot of work, and it's a lot of time. So we have to charge what we have to charge to compensate for the time that we put in on the job. So but you know, if somebody's got a business or they just need an animation for, maybe they want to do like a say they want to do a greeting card, right? And really it's only going to be like 10 seconds maybe, or maybe 20 seconds, right? And they want to do like maybe a Christmas card and do like an electronic Christmas card in a way, or maybe they want to do like a birthday gift and have us put the animation on a flash drive or something like that, and they can pop it in a computer and watch it. Or maybe they want to put it on some kind of portable device, watch it on the go. I can't give too much away. We're not ready to give all the details out yet, so. But that's probably the price range we are going to be at, is $150, $200, $250 range, just because of the amount of time and energy and resources it takes to create a good, now we're talking good animation, guys. We're not talking something that's quick, that's really cheap looking. We're talking about quality work here. We're not going to skimp on quality. Oh, that's what I need to do. You know, this whole time I've been working, I need to do the roughs. And the roughs are all the way back to there. So let's start some rough here. Oops, jaw's opening, so it's going to be a little bit lower. Not too much. Don't want to go too far down. Yep. And a little bit lower. Oops. I'll make sure that chin stays consistent. What I might do is, like I said, wasn't gonna. Well, some people may consider it like cheating in a way, but it's not. What I may do is have this lower jaw be cutout animation, so that way the process is a lot quicker. Alright, so we are at 90. Snoring is 15 to 90. Normally when you're working on animation and you are trying to sync up any kind of mouth movement to words or sounds, what you want is the software, when you scrub the scene, to be able to hear the sound while you're animating. A problem is that this software, I don't think, can do that. I could be wrong. Didn't have time to look that up. So I need to do that. Need to look that up here. Oh no. Crap. Crap. I don't know if you guys noticed. Dang it. This is what happens when I'm not paying attention. And it happens quite often when I'm doing this. I'm not paying attention and I don't always catch the layer that I need to be on. Alright, now I'm on the right layer. Jeez, oh pity. Let's see. Oops. Gotta stay right along with. So this was, we want one back, so at least I can see. What we need to do as well is I need to do the mustache. The mustachio. That way I know where the upper lip is, and that way I can tie things in really good. I'm just gonna do the nose and the upper lip. Ooh. It's kind of hard to see that blue. Should have used a darker color. Wish there was a way to enhance. I don't want to. I want to say enhance it, but it's not really that. Ooh, let's start bringing that back, and it's getting harder to see this blue. I have to push down on the pressure on the pen or the. Yeah, on the pen a little bit just to get the blue to show up. I should have used a different color. That's alright. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but didn't I? I think that's not looking right. I don't think that's looking right. It may be alright. We'll adjust it as we go. Really, it should be coming down a lot farther. Starting to look like a freaking whale or something. Let's see. Yeah, so what I think I'm gonna do is make the bottom chin cut out so that way it stays consistent. And hopefully, because right now, if you look, the bottom lip goes way out. So what I think we're gonna do is go something like this, so that way we know that the jaw is gonna hinge on that line. So the lip and the jaw are gonna hinge on that line there. Yeah, see, it sticks way out. This lip does, so I think I'll go like that maybe. This is where my inexperience in animation is going to start to show. Because I am not well versed in doing 2D. But we're going to learn together. So I'm learning as you guys are watching. There we go. So right here, we're going to put the tongue in there. And in here. And right there. Keep moving the tongue kind of. Now on the animation software, I had the tongue kind of flapping around and doing some really funny stuff. See how it kind of flicks, and I think that's a little too crazy. It's like, man, he's got like a snake tongue or something. We're not going to do anything crazy like that. Let's see. 15 to 90. So at some point when the I feel like the mouth is open enough, it's going to be the same throughout till 90, and or as it gets close to 90, and then the mouth's going to start closing as he's breathing out. And what I'm going to have to do at some point as well is import this into the animation software just to make sure my timing is right where it needs to be at. Now, I went frame by frame just to get the timing right, and I'm pretty sure I got it right. So, but it never hurts to double check your work. Make sure you're doing things right. Bring the mustache up a little bit, kind of curling up a little bit more because this character's open his mouth a little bit wider. Really gasping or sucking in that air. That's how I used to snore. Man, my wife hated it so bad. Always hitting me with a pillow or shaking me until I wake up. Alright. Some of you are probably wondering why 21 and 22 are the same. It's because not every single frame has to be different. Let's scrub the scene. Let's see. So I think on this one, what we're going to do is let's look over here at frame 23. Yeah, 23's got some really good so this is the meat of it, right between 20 say 20 to 45. Really sucking in air on that one, huh? Alright, so and you're probably wondering, what is he doing? I am adding some effects to really pull this animation together, and you'll see why, or what I mean here in a second. Oh, I just hope my inexperience does not show through, but I have a feeling it's going to here as I get closer to going a lot farther in this snore cycle here. Alright, give me a second, guys. Let me check to see who's calling. Not sure. Okay. Alright. Oops. Alright, so really, in this animation, the only thing that's going to be moving is the lips, and so what I want to do is keep the jaw in the same spot, but change this up, and you'll see why here in a second. What number is this pencil on? Yeah. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Gotta check on something. Alright, I'm back. Got my 3D printer running back there behind me. I had to check on the print. That print's been running, when did I start that print? About 9 or 10 o'clock. Almost 24 hours. It's not a very big print. I don't know if it's because I'm using a tablet to initiate the print or what, or if it was just that complicated, but I know I'll do a review on the 3D printer so that way you guys can see it. I was kind of skeptical on the quality of the printer considering the price, and I've been running it for 36 hours straight without stopping. So, and it has been a champ ever since I started. So, when I'll do a review here on Twitch and on YouTube, and then that way you guys can see. I'm not going to give away the make or model yet. Because I want to wait till the review, but I will definitely showcase it. I do give it 2 thumbs up, 5-star review. Let's see. Anyway, it's a great 3D printer. Right now I'm printing a robot on it, highly detailed robot, and I'm just kind of seeing how the print's going to turn out. I had an issue with a smaller version of it earlier, and I used gold filament, and the problem is that the ABS filament, the melting point of ABS is, I think, around 240 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit, I'd have to look up the conversion, but the machine that I use, the default temperature is 275 degrees Celsius. So basically the gold, for some reason the gold filament was just, it just liquefies. I mean, it does an okay print, and I can adjust the temperature. I haven't tested it since uh, the since the adjustments of the temperatures, but I'm using like a transparent ABS colors right now, and those seem to be printing the best, which is really, really weird. But we'll see. Let's see. Man, if you guys do not have patience, you're not going to do very good as an animator. This is a lot of work. A lot of work. And I'm just doing the roughs right now. I'm not even into ink or color yet. I'm not into any of the detail work yet. Maybe that's one thing you have to work on if you really want to become an animator and you don't have the patience. It's kind of like any habit. Really, it's habit forming, so you got to really, really work at being patient when it comes to this kind of stuff. So we're getting into, let's see, 90, where did I say 45? Yeah, 40, mid 40s is right where it starts to really kind of ease off. So we're going to start kind of easing off on the crazy mouth thing that's going on here. Let me know if you guys want to hear some more of that New 11 music, the band New 11. I don't want to keep playing the Halloween children's book app music. I'm sure it gets old after a while. It doesn't get old to me. I mean, I could repeat it time and time again. I'm gonna mute. I gotta call. My buddy Dayton, the writer. I gotta talk to him about some app stuff, guys. Be with you in a second. Okay, I'm back. Something's a little off here, guys. I don't know if you guys noticed it before I just did or not, because you guys are watching and I'm kind of right in the middle of working on this. Mustache got a little bit shorter lengthwise, and we'll work it out here. Man. I don't think I got enough sleep last night. Getting a little lightheaded. Ah, dang. Yeah, I mean, man, totally did this. See if I could fix it when I go in and do the refined sketch. Alright, let's... Start bringing that lower jaw up ever so slightly. Not too much, because we're still in the snoring phase here on frames. Alright, what I'm going to do is go from here to here and hit play. Oh yeah, that looks good. That looks really good. I like how that's looking. Okay, be right back. Gotta be on the phone. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to place a call. Got to work out a return with Amazon. I had ordered a 3D printer, and it is junk, unfortunately. I bought a kit on Amazon, and nothing against China. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, there are some companies that manufacture quality stuff, but I didn't know it was coming in from China. And, you know, I'm not, I don't know. Some people are, you know, pro US, you know, manufactured stuff, and, you know, I'm for that, but, you know, we as a country have gotten away from that too much, so it's hard to find quality stuff. And anyway, so I had bought it, and I knew it was a kit. I knew I'd have to put it together, and that's not the problem that I had. The problem that I have is that the company that advertised this 3D printer advertised that it had auto calibration, all this stuff. So I figured, oh, cool, you know, I get it built, it'll auto calibrate, and I could start 3D printing. It's not the case. The bed, the aluminum bed on the 3D printer is warped, so I would have to go out and buy a glass top for it, which I'm not going to do. It should, you know, that's all this stuff should be, you know, carefully thought out before you start selling product, you know, to the masses. And I know, I don't know. I mean, it's like, where's your quality control? You know, you guys got to have better quality control than what you're doing. Anyway, so the aluminum bed is warped, and it warps even more when the bed heats up, because it's got a heated bed. And the problem of it is that sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I'm doing too many things at once here. The problem with it is that I shouldn't have to be buying extra parts. I shouldn't have to, you know, I should just be able to put it together, calibrate it, you know, tweak it here and there. I mean, I know, like, 3D printing is not an exact science. I know that these machines can be finicky, and calibration is a must if you want good quality prints, and sometimes you have to calibrate after every print, and yada yada yada. You know, I get it. I totally get it. Okay? 3D printing is still a early thing. Anyway. Anyway, so, you know, I got this 3D printer. I was hoping it would be great. It's a Rostock Delta style 3D printer. It's got a great print volume. The extruder is what heats up and what pushes the plastic filament out. Actually, let me grab a roll of the filament so you can see what I'm talking about, because some of you don't know what 3D printing is. It's still fairly new. So, the 3D printer takes what's called filament, or plastic filament. Now, this is ABS. ABS is the same kind of plastic that Legos are made out of. They also make PLA, and PLA filament is made with it's made with corn and some other chemicals mixed together, right? It's supposed to be biodegradable friendly and environmentally friendly and all that stuff, and I'm gonna eventually probably switch over. The difference between PLA and ABS is that ABS is a little bit sturdier over plastic. PLA is a little bit more brittle and is prone to snapping or breaking, and I didn't really want to worry about that. Although PLA is supposed to be the easiest to print with, so apparently I jumped right in with the hardest, which is ABS. Now there is other material like wood and carbon fiber and all these other things, and I'm sure those materials are a lot harder to adjust and print with than ABS, but I ended up going with ABS, and it just, so ABS, I think I talked about this earlier. Anyway, so ABS plastic, its melting point is 240 degrees Celsius, 240, 245, and it may be a little bit lower. I don't think it's any lower than 230 though. Anyway, so the extruder that came with the dual extruder, because that's a dual extrusion model. The dual extruders that it came with, part of it is plastic, or what I thought was, it looked like metal to me, but and if it was metal, it was a crappy metal. Anyway, it melted as soon as it got up to temperature to melt ABS. It melted the extruder. And so I filed a return claim on Amazon. The company got back with me, said, give us a second chance. We'll send out the metal extruder, so that way it won't melt on you again. And so I was being courteous and giving them another chance. Anyway, long story short, I can't get the darn thing to print, and I don't want to fool with it, to be honest with you. I've fooled with it for 3 weeks straight, and I just don't want to deal with it anymore, to be honest with you. So what's going to happen is, let's see here. What's going to happen is, what's going to happen is hopefully the customer service rep from Amazon will get with me tonight and we get it returned. But somebody's getting in trouble upstairs. So, sorry, I'm trying to animate and talk at the same time, and somebody's getting in trouble upstairs. One of the boys is getting in trouble upstairs. I may have to run up there and take care of business. Anyway, so hopefully we get it returned, and I will be doing a review on the 3D printer I ended up going with. Like I said, I've been running it 3 days straight, and it has been going like a champ. So I highly recommend it as of right now. I will show you a print. Now the print volume's not very big. This I actually cut down to half size of the model, and I could have done like 3/4 size and it would have fit, but I had a I know it's probably hard to see the quality, but I printed the top part of a T-Rex skull. I got to print the bottom part later tonight, plus the stand and the base, the stand base, and then it'll have a bottom jaw. And I did this for my boy. He wanted something. He wanted something cool. So I got that printed up. But I'm not doing big prints. I'm doing small prints. So for me, the print volume size is perfect. It's a great starter 3D printer, especially if you want to get a 3D printer for, say, one of your kids that's old enough to, that you feel is old enough to get into 3D printing. Price range is great. They're $349 right now. If you get, now they have a what they are advertising as the retail version. The retail version comes with a printer. It comes with a spool of PLA filament. Now it only comes with a ½ pound. The roll that I showed you guys is a full 2 pounds of filament, and you can get the 2 pound filament on Amazon for. You could get the 2 pounds of filament on Amazon right now for $20. Whereas if you get their ½ pound filament, you're looking at I think $13. So it's not the best deal on filament. If they would go to a 2 pound filament at like $22, I would consider buying it straight from the company. Now I know like they make most of their money off the people buying their filament, and that's where they make probably the most amount of their profit. I get that, but they should be a little bit competitive. And I know it's probably hard for them to be competitive, but the printer is great. I love it. I love the printer. I love the quality. I love everything about it. And man, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I really botched that top jaw. See that? This is the hard part about animation. Making sure that you're right in line. See it? It's even farther back. So what we're going to have to do, it's even off the mark here. So what I should have done right here is should have kept this line going for the bottom jaw on each one of these. And I'm going to do that right here, right now. That way I can fix it. Anyway, so yeah, the 3D printer I picked up, it's great. It's great for kids. It's great for beginners. It's even great for advanced users. From what I understand, you could use third-party software with it. I'm not going to do that because right out of the box, it actually does a really good job at printing. So, and I'm really satisfied with the printing. Now I'm going to switch up to PLA because from what I understand, it does an even better job with PLA. ABS is a little tricky to really deal with, and a lot of it has to do with the fact of like pigment. So like when I say pigment, I mean like, you know, the different colors that it comes in. You know, different colors react differently with different temperatures as far as ABS goes. And I'm gonna have to fix that nose, guys. So, and ABS is even more finicky when it comes to temperatures and different colors and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a bit it's a bit tricky. Although this 3D printer is a lot easier to use than, say, some of them. So jump right in, start printing, enjoying the fun of 3D printing, and it's a lot of fun. I've been doing some other prints, like there's some calibration prints. So these are called S plugs, and basically it prints an S. I don't know if you can see that, and if it goes together and pushes together, then you've got it calibrated properly. Mine. So here's the problem with ABS. ABS, because it's got to heat up to such a high temperature, and it is more prone to shrinkage. Yes, I did say shrinkage. It's more prone to shrinkage than PLA. Any of the stuff that's supposed to fit together makes it really tough to fit together. So that's another reason why I want to go to PLA. Just because if I'm printing something that needs to be accurate, I won't have to worry about the ABS shrinking when it's cooling down. I was kind of worried though when I ordered the printer, because I had ordered a bunch of ABS for the kit printer that I had bought. And I was a little worried because a lot of people were I'm going to say complaining, because that's what they were doing. They were complaining that the ABS wasn't sticking to the build platform and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what temperature they were running that ABS at. I have a feeling that ABS temperature was too low. How am I off? Do you guys see that? I am like way off. How am I off? Even that's moving. Look at that. Wow. This is driving me nuts, guys. Trying to get this perfect. I'm gonna have to tell my boys goodnight. Oh, that's why. That's why it's off. Look at that. Let's turn that down to 1. Let's go back to that. Shit. Excuse my language. Yeah, see, look. And this is what happens when I'm not paying attention. Things start getting screwed up. Yeah, way off. Pay attention, man. This is why this is why you need patience in animation, because if you mess up and you get too far ahead of yourself and you're not paying attention to the little details, you have now created a lot more work for yourself. I was moving right along. Alright, good. Okay. There. So far, so good. Alright, I'll be back, guys. Gotta put my boys down for bed. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Tomorrow, for tomorrow's agenda, I will be working on the Christmas children's book. That'll be the first order of business that I work on tomorrow. And then we'll do animation as we get later in the day. At some point tomorrow I will be stopping for a little bit. I gotta go pick up my son from school. So we'll go off air for a little bit. So just bear with me. I'll be right back after I pick him up. And you know what I realized, guys? Wow, this is looking good. Looking good. I am wasting a lot of time. That's alright. Just keep plugging away like I need to keep plugging away. Oh my. You know what I should do? I feel like a doofus. This would be a lot easier if I just... Oops, what did I do? What I should do is just export this one frame. File. Current frame. PNG. Let's turn this. Sorry. Turn that off and that off. Oh no, turn that on. Okay, you're probably going to be like, man, Chris, what are you doing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm trying to figure this out as we go. There we go. Save. Chris Ruff. Open. Okay. Uh-oh. What? File. Import images. Chris Ruff. Ah, there it goes. I don't know why. There we are. Alright, so what we're going to do... I know, I should have done this. This would have been so much easier. Instead of fooling around with what I was doing. Alright, so let's just go ahead and delete this layer. Delete. Let's go ahead and delete this layer here. Delete. And so now we've got this. We got the rough. Now what we should do is, let's see, insert, no, oh, right here, plus, nope, dang it, man. Drawing. Alright, let's do bitmap. Let's see. Let's do this as Chris. Refined. Okay. Add. Close. We're going to put this one on top of the rough. I know. I went through all that work just to redo it. It's going to be a lot easier this way, I think. At least I hope it is. Okay. Bleep. Wait a minute, what's going on? Okay, it's working there, but why is it not working here? Oh, it is. Oh, you know what? We need to make that a different color. So that way it shows up better. Just make it a green. There we go. Easier to see, I think. At least see where I'm putting the lines at. One thing, see, this is why I don't want to use this software to... Photoshop allows me to be more accurate with my lines, although that's not too bad, I guess. Okay, give me a second, guys. Alright, guys. Calling it quits for the night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.